For the record, we will have one member of the hearing panel that will serve as an alternate member and not participate in either the deliberation or the decision by the board hearing panel. So let's identify that member of the hearing panel that is the alternate as well.
Probably offering on the alternate.
Janelle Moody.
Jamie Michael. He's an orientation, so he's a third.
And will the attorney representing the Board of Nursing please state the name for the record?
Alexis Lawrence.
Okay, is the licensee, Ms. Jean, present?
Yes, I am.
I see you're sitting at council table alone. Are you represented by an attorney?
No, I already have two separate ones.
Okay, I understand. Because you're not represented, by council, I do have a few questions for you, so we can clarify. You're right. Do you understand that you have the right to an attorney to represent you?
Yes.
Okay. You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify at today's hearing on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf. You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses to testify against you. You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear before the board to offer testimony or to have evidence produced on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand that due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could potentially result in an adverse action on your nursing license.
Yes.
Understanding all this, is it your wish to proceed in this matter without counsel or representation? Do you have any witnesses here today that you want to call? Are you going to testify on your behalf?
I suppose.
Okay. And then, Ms. Morris, is the board going to tell me that this is?
Yes, Director Delaney.
Okay. Can we get the board member to swear in our witnesses?
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, do we have any preliminary matters to exhibit to motion?
Yes, we would ask that, on behalf of the board, exhibits B1 to B11 be admitted, if when we have to respond in, harm.
Okay, Christine, have you had an opportunity to review the board's exhibits B1 through B11?
So there is.
Do you have any objections to these exhibits being entered into evidence? So, here's the order of the proceedings. The proceedings follow as both parties may provide opening statements as well as closing statements are not required, and are not evidence, they're merely persuasive. After opening statements, we will hear evidence from both parties. In this case, the board has the burden of proving the charges alleged, and we'll put on their case first, and then we'll call witnesses. Now, you may cross-examine the board's witnesses if you choose to, and the board attorney may conduct a redirect examination of the witness after your cross-examination. Members of the board hearing panel may also question the witness. Once the attorney for the board finishes, and then it's your time to put on your case, your defense, by offering testimony, calling witnesses, and submitting evidence. The attorney for the board may then cross-examine, questioning you or your witnesses, and the board hearing panel may also ask questions. When both sides are concluded, closing statements may be provided. Again, a closing statement is optional. It's not evidence, it's not required. The board hearing panel will then deliberate and render its decision, and then a summary of the determination will be announced today, and then a detailed order will follow within 45 days. Do you have any questions with me about this procedure?
No.
So we will go ahead and proceed with opening statements as well.
Christine is here because on or about May 11th of 2017, from her home in Alaska was searched by authorities after a suspicious package was delivered to her residence. According to police reports from that search, approximately 48 vials of 23 different medications were located. in that search. Some of the vitals were controlled substances, which included lorazepam and midazolam. The respondent admitted that she diverted the medication from the facilities that she previously worked. She also stated that the lorazepam and midazolam were taken from Providence Kodiak Island Medical Center. Officers also found 6 trash bags containing marijuana leaves. In a written statement to the board, the respondent admitted to keeping an emergency stash of medications and that she thought that all nurses kept the stash. She admitted to having a prescription injectable medication that included Benadryl and Zofran. Respondent also admitted that she diverted those narcotics from the medication, from the facilities that she had employed. She allowed her license to practice in Alaska to lapse while she was under investigation after being on consent order by the Alaska Board of Nursing. As a result, the Alaska Board flagged her license, and as a result, her license reflects disciplinary action for the search and seizure at her residence. As a result, she's been charged with violating 4 provisions of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. And pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. D as it sees fit. And as a result, we would ask that the panel do so in this text.
In your opening statement, and this is going to be a summary of what you expect. This will be your testimony just now.
So I submitted a statement, that explained everything, and I did not deny anything. I only want to move forward. I was able to, obtain a job with the County Hospital. Shortly after my license was reinstated from Mississippi, I submitted everything to the board before my license was reinstated in Mississippi. And I attempted to work under restriction for the first year. And then when nothing ever was resolved, they let me know at my full capacity. The reason that there was no resolution was because of my legal advice from my lawyer here that I had nothing for them to take from me, and the Mississippi board deemed it necessary that there was no action that I needed to take. I submitted a request for a settlement proposal once I got the notice, but I never did get a proposal offer. So I'm here today to see what we can do to resolve this. I've been a nurse for 20 years. This was almost a decade ago. I'm not the same person that I was living.
Ms. Morris,
Yes, I like to call it the range. Please state your full name and current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And then how long have you worked for?
since March.
And what capacity do you serve?
I'm probably directed from the background check investigation.
So you are familiar with the investigative process.
Right.
And are you familiar with this cause number 2024-698?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at this term within the outside investigating two and identify the document?
This is much insurance.
And then when was Ms. B first licensed in Mississippi?
September 21.
Okay, and what capacity?
As a registered nurse.
Now turn to Dr. Ms. B in 5 and identify the document.
This is information.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice about this document?
It shows that she was licensed in Alaska, California, Colorado, Mississippi, along with Tennessee, with Alaska, sharing this.
And we turn to page 7 and identify that document.
Page 7 is the notice of hearing, dated July 30, 2025.
And whose name is on this notice? And what is the date, you already given me today, what is the date and time that's noticed for hearing?
Wednesday, February 4th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
Would you please turn to page 8? And identify the applicant.
This is a copy of the complaint, listing of the
And what are the charges listed against the state?
The first charge is that she never given a local practice. Practice charge 2 states the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board. Namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self or religious relations. Charge 3 states the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in the room, namely having a license denied, convicted, issued, reprimanded, placed on probation, suspended, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered in another state, territory, or country. Charge 4, that the respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habitual use. There's a visual use of narcotics or visual amphetamine, other drugs having similar effect that is misappropriated in medication.
Are there any banks listed to substantiate those charges?
Yes.
Will you please summarize the banks?
Okay, basically, May 11th, 2017, the respondent's home in Alaska, the search by authority after a suspicious package was delivered to that residence. And during that search, there were approximately 48 files of 23 different medications found. The respondent did admit that she had diverted these medications from the facilities where she did. 2 specifically that was happened to the last came from the vaccine. And there was also 6 bags containing marijuana leaves that were found there. And in a statement, the respondent admitted to keeping an emergency stash of medication that she thought all nurses did. The respondent allowed her license to practice in Alaska and lapse while she was under investigation and after being publicly concealed or without the Alaska Board of Elections. The Alaska Board flagged the respondent's license, and as a result, her license reflects this one.
I sent you to page 10 and identify the applicant.
Hey, Steve, this is the green card, addressed to the member.
Is this part signed?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm gonna ask you to turn with me to page 13. And identify this document.
This is an incident report from the Alaska Department of Public Safety.
And you, summarize this report for the family.
Basically, this is a report, stating that on May 10th, 2017, there was a package that was, a suspicious package, actually, that was addressed to an individual by the name of Chuck Donovan, and the address that was given was 3248 Mary Bay Road. This was a joint investigation of 2 agencies. So based on this suspicion, there was a search warrant requested, and there were several packages that were found. Some of the products they were found with powder, 1.61 pounds of powder, also known as heat. There was also 1.43 pounds of ashes, and also 0.57 pounds of marijuana infused chocolate, and 8 pieces of cat, which weighed approximately 58.29 grams. And this was a stimulant drug from the East Africa Somali region. There were 2 suspects that were identified. The 2 suspects, Charles Chuck Duncan and Kodiak, and also Amanda Dean.
Now, if you would please turn to page 14 and read the incident activities, offenses section.
Agency assists inside Alaska, controls substances, possess plus one ounce marijuana with intent to sell, drug crime information, tip, service search warrant, and suspicious circumstance.
And I see that there's an involved person or organization, so the name of this fit under that section.
Amanda Dean.
Please turn to page 15 and identify this document.
This is the investigation report from the Kodiak Police Department.
Page. Please read the section entitled Persons Involved in Incident.
And the persons involved are Charles Parkin, Charles Donovan, and Amanda Dean.
And if you would please, I think you previously testified that the address listed for Charles Duncan was 3248 Mill Bay Road, correct?
That's correct.
Would you please read the address listed under, Amanda Dean?
3248 Mill Bay Road.
And those are the same address. That is the same address, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, until you were involved with this investigation, did you ever, find out who Charles Payne, I believe, is that the correct pronunciation and Parham, thank you, and Charles Duncan, and I believe, if you would turn to page 19. Did you identify who these two individuals are?
Well, when Charles Donovan was identified, that's explained it. It's the partner of the individual that was meeting him from the train.
Right, moving back, so we could read to page 17. Would you identify this document for the record?
This is also part of the investigative report from Kodiak Police Department.
And what is the date listed on this report?
May 19, 2017.
You would please just read that first paragraph of the report.
On May 12, 2017, I assisted with the packaging of evidence obtained from search warrant. I photographed and packaged all evidence collected from the.
And what if anything was found at the respondent's house after the search warrant was executed?
There were 48 vials of 23 different medications located during the search, and also there were 2 vials, one for lorazepam and the other that were identified as controlled substances.
Please turn to page 18. And would you explain what this document is for the record?
This document is page 2 of this report.
This is an extensive document. I wanted you to start reading at the bottom of the page where it starts with search. In the beginning.
On May 10, 2017, I applied for a received search warrant, which authorized me to search the FedEx parcel identified with the tracking. During the search, I discovered approximately 3.61 pounds of high-grade hashes and approximately 1 to 2 ounces of cat. The hashes were divided into several different vacuum sealed packages, labeled and concealed within other packages, but what is clearly distribution and supplier agreements. The hashes yielded positive results for marijuana utilized as a preliminary field test kit. Investigator and I researched the street value for the high-grade hashes and marijuana derivative and placed their street value between $15,000 to $20,000.
This report ever discuss where the package originated?
Yeah, it originated from Los Angeles, California.
If you would please read that third paragraph is also however.
However, commentary staff confirmed the package's true origin was sent from Los Angeles, California. The package was sent priority overnight at a cost of approximately $217 in cash. The package showed a weight of approximately 11.9 pounds. The package was taped on all seams and edges, heavily employees believed to be an attempt to conceal any odors emanating from the package. The box further appeared to be suspicious as it was a nondescript Home Depot brand box mailed from Los Angeles, California, addressed to Kodiak, Alaska. A search through the Alaska Public Safety Information Network revealed Charles Duncan lived at 3248 Millvale Road.
And this is the same address that this before.
That is correct.
Now, did the Kodiak Police Department ever interview the scene?
Yes.
And was a summary provided of that interview?
Yes,
And did you review that summary as part of your investigation?
I did.
Would you please turn to, I believe it's page 19. Is there a, summary of the was there a summary, given from her interview?
Yes.
Okay, would you please, summarize the family?
Basically, interview, in her interview with the police, she talked about, her stylist and his hobby of, providing marijuana to certain individuals that they describe as chemo patients, rehabilitating patients. But it also goes on to state, talk about the search, with Ms. Lee, at which time she acknowledged and described that the majority of the violence were taken from the hospital that she lived in.
Let's read, that first paragraph, that starts with Amanda was read.
Amanda was read her in the Randall warrant that she acknowledged and agreed to speak with us. Amanda informed us her husband she identified as Chuck Duncan was on a 3-week trip from Alaska to Guatemala, California, and Washington. She described him as being unemployed and claimed he was able to travel out of the kindness of his woman, including the travel expenses. She listed his hobbies as taxidermy, music, and claimed he was just in Los Angeles at the comedy shop.
Okay, so her husband was in Los Angeles, and you've already testified that the package was mailed from Los Angeles.
That's correct.
Now, also, in this statement, did Ms. Dean ever admit to consuming any narcotics and drugs or anything that was found in her home?
Yes. That paragraph, she does admit to consuming marijuana, that claim that he was in.
But she also admitted that the vials came from, her previous place of employment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, was the Alaska Board of Nursing, notified regarding Ms. Dean's investigation?
They,
And please turn to page 21 and identify the document for the record.
Page 21 is the investigative report of the Alaska organization.
Can you summarize the complaint section for the record?
The complaint section states that the chief nursing executive contacted the Alaska Board and notified them that Ms. Dean's home had been searched and that they seized the box of narcotics that had been procured from this facility.
As a result, what happened to Ms. Dean, Ms. Dean's employee?
She was terminated.
Now, would you please read the sentence that begins with the remaining medications in the middle of that, under inquiry and investigation?
The remaining medication found and confiscated by the police during the execution of their search was older, wasted vials and vials of wasted medication. Dean stated the vials were for the craft project. Dean advised she converted from her previous employer in Colorado. Dean agreed to submit to a biosocial assessment for evidence of any substance abuse issue or disorder.
Yes, proceed.
The assessment found no evidence of the substance abuse or dependency. Dean, however, was diagnosed with excessive compulsive personality disorder. Dean was officially terminated by the criminal investigation upon all of the compensated medication claims with actual injury from the Gibbs medications.
And what was the outcome of the board's investigation? The last. I believe that's something we can.
Okay, the case was reviewed by a reviewing board member, and that board member determined that there was sufficient proof that she diverted from the last two reports.
And what happened as a result of the board's investigation?
They recommend a 5-year probation consisting of a reprimand, $1,500 fine, employee supervision, quarterly reports, and no access to any benefits.
Did the Alaska board also propose some type of consent order or agreement? And eventually, Ms. Dean signed, some form of a consent order or agreement, right?
Yes.
If you could please turn to, NFB in 34 and identify the time.
Copy of the consent agreement in the state of Alaska.
And what was the proposed decision of that final order? That you found the picture.
That basically should be placed on probation for 5 years. That she has to practice, monitor, and employee reports. Civil finding. That's about it.
Now, did she sign it? Ms. Dean signed this order?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what was the date of signature?
February 26th, 2018.
Did the board also sign this order?
Yes.
Now, please turn to page 31 and identify that document.
Page 41 is the email addressed to.
And please start reading with Ms. Dean's sign.
Ms. Dean signed a consent agreement that was presented to the whole board at their May meeting. The board rejected the consent agreement and asked for additional monitoring requirements to be included in a new consent agreement. The board was concerned with Ms. Dean's pattern of diversion in Alaska and Colorado. Since Ms. Dean is no longer practicing in Alaska, the board would like to offer Ms. Dean a license surrender to resolve this matter. If Ms. Dean does not wish to surrender the license, the board would like the following included in the consent agreement. 1 year suspension with 6 months stay, 5 years of probation, substance abuse monitoring to include reanalysis, testing, AAPNA support meeting, psychotherapy counseling, quarterly employee reports, quarterly self-evaluation reports, no access to controlled substances, civil fine, and the reprimand.
Now, as far as you know, did Ms. Dean accept these new proposed terms and conditions, in this, for the Alaska Board consent agreement?
I'm not sure if this would be.
Are there any board orders, from Alaska that you know of for Ms. Dean?
Yes.
That have been executed?
Yes.
Now, prior to Ms. Dean, I guess, filling out or accepting these terms and conditions, did she allow her license to lapse?
Yes.
Turn to, page 42 and identify this document.
This is a discipline case summary report from the nurses.
And please read that sentence under the NEDB narrative.
Amanda Dean, registered nurse, license number Radford license lapse while under investigation by the Alaska Board of Nursing for diversion of controlled substances from Providence, Kodiak Island Medical Facility.
Could you speak with Ms. Dean regarding this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And did she provide a written statement to the board
Yes, you do.
regarding this charge? And did you review that response?
Yes,
We turn to investigate 43. Is this the response that Ms. Dean provided regarding this investigation?
yes, you do.
Thanks, Senator Fisher. Please turn to investigate 44. The paragraph based on the wildlife husband.
While my husband was on the trip, Volleyball package was supposed to arrive. Mayor, the FedEx driver deemed it suspicious and turned it over to the authority. On May 11, 2017, our lives changed forever. Kodiak Police Department, Alaska DEA, and Homeland Security knocked on my door. When they asked me about it, and I did not feel comfortable discussing anything about it without legal representation, they detained me in my home, obtained a warrant to search, and proceeded to do so. While they didn't find any hard evidence of my husband being involved with illegal drugs and money, they did come across an collection of emergency nursing supplies as well as lab supplies. I was charged nurse in most of my roles in emergency nursing, and I had the responsibility of updating crash cards as well as inventory of
In her statement, Ms. Dean said that the medications were an emergency stash, that they found in her home, correct? And she also admits that she took these medications from the places where she was previously living, correct?
Yes, she did.
Now, I want you to, turn to page 45. And we can start reading at my employers.
My employer knew that we did it, and no one ever mentioned that we should. I was naive. I thought that all nurses had some kind of emergency stash of medication. I had prescription injectable medications such as Benadryl, Claritin, and Zofran. However, it has been so long that I really don't know what all else would have been in there, but there was an empty vial of Ativan.
Okay, did she ever say, why the Ativan, was found in her home?
She basically said that she would never forget it because that was the only controlled substance, and that she admitted that she tried to give the residual amount to her dog for sedation, to have this next step.
Did Ms. Dean also discussed that, a lot of the medication found was waste, correct?
Yes, it was referenced that there was mention. So would you also
Did Ms. Dean or the facility ever, show you any policy that the registered nurses were allowed to, remove medications that were wasted, for their own personal use? And to date, we have not seen any policy, whether it be from the facility or Ms. Dean, to say that the registered nurses could take the wasted medications. Based on what of the information, the evidence collected, the written statement and the interview of Ms. Dean, does this record adequately substantiate the charges against her?
Yes, based on the information.
No other questions.
Do you have questions for Mr. Jameson?
Honestly, I do not. I've already admitted to do everything in my statement. I have nothing else to say, nothing else to give them.
Questions about board members? No, this is not the one. Hmm. I'm looking for the word that was consent agreement. Is, in May, like that is consent agreement. Is that something similar to like our agreed settlements that we did here? Is that going to be the same verbiage? in the agreement?
Yes.
Okay. So, this one that is signed in the day being, this consent agreement. Well, it's not signed, that was the initial one, and then they, as far as the beginning, they came back. And the board wanted to add some more stuff to it, it wasn't accepted, and then they wanted to add some more stuff. Is that, am I hearing this correctly?
Okay, I think that Ms. Dean was initially sent a consent agreement. I think she went back and forth with the board. The one that signed was the one that, she agreed to, and that was the one that was presented to the board. The email that was sent was the board wanting to add more information, to them.
And was that, after the board added, was there ever one signed?
No, that was not, her license lapsed prior to.
I was trying to get my time.
Yes.
I can add something to that if you like.
We'll let you do that. Thank you. Any, anything else from the board? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to call your next witness.
I read that it's time, but I will question Ms. Dean during her presentation.
Okay, Christine, as a witness, as an evidence, or just give your testimony today?
Honestly, I did not understand when the meeting started as a husband. But I have admitted to everything that has been charged against me. I wanted to try to do a new proposal agreement that was not offered at the end, when I would request that. Whenever the Alaska board did return with a second consent agreement, it was full of errors. It came out to be a criminal, and these charges were never, neither my husband nor I were ever charged with any crime. Those statements, those threats, all that stuff, I mean, it wasn't illegal to have those things there. The only thing that was illegal was me having those medications. And they used that against me to try to turn my husband whenever there was no reason to turn him to anyone. He was not a drug lord, he was not distributing, he was helping people that needed help and wanted him. We ended up coming home, and it was hard, it was a struggle for me to find employment, knowing that I would be under restriction, but I did. I started with, Civic County Hospital, and I have been there since. It'll be 8 years in April. I have been a charge nurse, been a mentor, I've been an educator. I've never had trouble with any narcotics. And I do not have any intentions. My mother was addicted to drugs. My mother left us whenever I was little. I let her come back into my life when I was 18, and then I tried again a couple of years back. She is to the point where she is alone. She has 4 children in the medical industry. She's not ready. I would never want anyone to be addicted to anything that would take them away from the community like that. I wish to continue working, and I have actually cross-trained with case management, utilization review, and discharge planning. But as of Monday, the 3rd or the 2nd of February, I officially came off the floor as the charge nurse and started infection control. But of course, with the state of emergency, the way it has been to the county, my first 8-hour day journey to I will do whatever it takes to resolve this issue and to leave my office. I've attempted to go back to nursing school to get my nurse practitioner license in the branch 123, I got the statement saying that my license board was going to pursue further, and that they reported it to me. If I had not taken the advice of my former legal representation, I would have surrendered if I had known. Maybe I wouldn't be here today. I don't know what else to do. I'm so ready for this to be over. It's almost 10 years. I want to see something.
First license, as being in 2005, correct? Yes, and you've been licensed in multiple states, throughout your career.
That is good.
Have you primarily worked in hospital emergency departments?
I did while I traveled, but since I've returned, I can.
Now, you already stated that you took, you take full responsibility. Charge one of your complaint with the Mississippi Board states that, you failed to meet generally accepted standards of the nursing practice. You do understand, that diverting medication,
I do.
you do understand that you're guilty of that charge by that.
I am not dividing.
Because you work primarily in the hospital emergency departments in multiple states during your career, have you ever diverted any medication, from other than Alaska and Colorado?
No. The first thing that ever took from Colorado was an expired bottle of lead cream that the pharmacist gave me and told me not to keep on.
Because you do understand what it's about and shit.
I do. I swore to myself that I would never be that nurse, that I would never take anything home with me. And I convinced myself, as long as it's not controlled, then it's okay. In emergency nursing, there was a lot of nurses that would take things home. You would see it every day, but I didn't want to be that person. I didn't want anyone to accuse me of being addicted to human medicine. But then eventually things got worse. And then,
But you do understand that possessing these medications is also a violation of the Mississippi. And you do get guilty.
I do.
Now, there's not a formal board order in Alaska, but there is discipline on your license, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware that that discipline means that, you can also be disciplined in Mississippi as a result of it, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Also, you're aware that that also makes you guilty of having your license reprimanded or disciplined, in another jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, and I tried to sell Mississippi before I got my license. You know, what I was going through. My legal advice said that the Mississippi Board is not going to take on the responsibility of the state. And yes, they have to.
Charge 4 of your complaint discusses an addiction or dependence on habitual narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, or any other drugs. You state that you don't have a drug problem. When is the last time you've had a chemical evaluation or chemical dependency evaluation?
I had one when I was doing it. But the only part of that charge that is accurate and that I would admit to is having medication, not the disease. Last few words of that statement.
Are you currently on any other medications?
No. I don't even take Tylenol or anything.
Following, you moved from Alaska, where you currently living now?
Ripley, Mississippi.
How long have you been?
Since I left back from Alaska, but Pickett County, Ripley, Mississippi is my grandparents' homestead. Is where my family was in 1922.
Testified that you had had issues finding employment license.
When I came back to Mississippi, I didn't have a license to work there. I had to obtain a license for here. And then I wanted to make sure that I was compliant with the Alaska consent agreement when it came down to me, so that I would not be misleading.
Just for clarification, there's not a formal order, so when you say comply, you mean with comply would be order until you allow the license to lapse?
Yes, I had every intention to sign the consent agreement and prevent any restriction whenever my license is pending. For the first year, I was only on leadership, living under my means, no ability to access or administer any type of narcotic. But after a while, when we were in a small hospital, they complied up to a year with me. After no decision was made, no mandate was executed, and so I didn't get my full capacity.
What is the status of your other licenses in the other states?
Expired.
So I'm reading over the percent. When we looked at MSBN 021, MSBN 0.4, I'm trying to figure out because you were saying in there was a reason that you were holding on to the medications and you could see three different excuses. So I'm trying to confirm which one is. One excuse was given that you were using it to give pets. The other was for chemo or cancer patients. Or was this for personal use?
None of that was for personal use at all. So for an emergency stash, when I lived in Colorado, it took me an hour to get to work. It took sometimes 2 hours for an ambulance to arrive. When I got my neighbor, in Alaska, I lived on the island, and we had every intention of eventually moving out to the villages to live. Having an emergency stash was just for emergency purposes, only, not for everyday consumption or for use to administer to any person. And it was during the time frame whenever my husband was gone, I made a bold mistake of actually using that out. I'm sorry. The other reason that we collected was the cracks. I don't know how anybody, it used to, everybody was in that bag when they were making those bags. Medication shots. That was what we were doing. We were making crafts of it. If that's what we were doing, and think about it, it's like there's anything wrong with it. We collected all the different colors and we didn't patch it because it was like flowers.
To follow the answer, this made a statement that you were in new medication or in case of emergency. So with that being said, are you on
No,
are you on decision?
no.
So what would have prompted you to give medication?
Never did give any medications other than the time.
But in your statement, you said for emergency, so who would have been?
If my husband were dying and we were remotely somewhere else, I would have taken but no. I don't have a license to do that. I'm not.
Are you currently still in contact with your husband?
We've been together for 19 years.
So also in MSBN 019, you said he wasn't making a profit on these things, correct? However, in the MSBN 019, paragraph 5, it states he did receive payments from his team. Is that correct?
He gave them the jar of medicine, they didn't actually get high off of it, just learning what it is symptoms. He gave them the first jar, if they wanted more, they could buy another jar. That was it, it wasn't a profit. It was just to see if it would help, it didn't know what it cost to do, that's it.
So he wasn't receiving money.
We received possibly so, I don't know. We didn't have any money. The amount of money that they said about that cashews or whatever it was worth, it was never any money. Never any. And there was never anything in the house that was significant enough to charge us.
So based on what you're saying, and you're saying that, because it's conflicting, so either he received payment or he did, which one?
He did not receive payment over what his cost was. So he did not make a profit. I'm saying,
Clarify what you're saying, he did receive it,
possibly.
and you
I
were
don't know
aware,
how much. I do not know how much.
but you were aware that he was receiving monies for such.
He told me he was giving it to them and that they wanted more that they could pay for the amount that it costs. I don't know how much he was charging, but he was not supposed to be charging important credit costs for him to get it. That's it.
So with that being said, as a healthcare provider and nurse, if it were anyone else, would you find that appropriate? Doing those actions within your home?
Yeah.
When was the last time you personally have received a controlled substance?
I didn't take controlled substances.
Yeah.
I have made a prescription years ago for the barcodes when I had access to, that was it.
Last question I have for you is also, because I'm trying to figure out what was the purpose of the medications that you were stashing. And so one of the other things that I found there, because there was a poor explanation as to why you had stashes. So you stated that you were collecting them for medical use. Is that correct?
That was the equipment. I went on a mission trip. We did make them out as a person's goal. We didn't, they took medicine that were expired and did that really, that was College of Health Sciences, but I personally did not collect medicines for that purpose. I only collected the expired items that were with the discarded to the veterinarians and to give to the other people that are going on those missions.
I'm saying that I didn't see anything in that statement that said equipment. It all made reference to the stash of medications.
It does.
It is, I believe, MSPN 044.
I was charged nurse in most of my roles in emergency nursing, and I had the responsibility of updating crash carts as well as inventory of ER supplies. I was given a lot of expired items over the years. My coworkers and I collected and donated supplies for medical machine trips and veterinarians.
So none of that stash was collected. And I'm trying to confirm that a controlled medication is not being used to go to interaction.
No, definitely. I was not part of the people that were shipping me things to eat them. I was giving it to the people that were going to this on the street. And the veterinarians were the ones that were working, things like that for the use of animals. They were not restrictions to me, they were left over partial lives. So they should have been thrown away whenever they were partial dose was administered to the patient. I have never denied any patient what they have ordered or required for treatment. I've never, that's a good thing that we should clarify. Diverting medication I did not take anything for the condition. Took them from the hospital, and I shouldn't have. I've never denied a patient my best possible. Yes,
That required drug test then,
yes,
the problems? Yes.
never. Yes, I offered to come with me, but with everything being as crazy as it is right now, it's necessary.
Give us a list of preferences.
Anybody I've ever worked with has always, even at Alaska Hospital, even knowing that I don't have a license. I have always taken pride in what I do, and unfortunately, I embarrass myself and the nursing decision losses by the things that my husband did and the things that I did by the nursing home. I'm sorry, but that was a long time ago. I'm no longer anyway part of that moving. I haven't brought anything home for any hospital since I come home with my husband.
Think this contact with the Alaska.
I have not. I have not.
Their, answer that stated the diversion, you consider it diversion when you take on a patient, right?
That's what I was trying to clarify, just in general. What is diversion mean? Does diversion mean that I put something on my patient that deserved it, or does it mean that I took it from the hospital? It's all I did was take it from the hospital. I've never taken something that was for a patient.
So with that being said, you don't believe that by taking him from the hospital, that you were taking away funding for the monies that was spent on that item by either insurance or by the hospital itself.
Saying that what I did was wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that I wasn't wrong. I'm saying that I was wrong. Yes, I should not have taken any of that, but at the time, I had let my walls lapse, and I had just nonchalantly taken it home with me because I had seen so many other emergency nurses and physicians with their spouses and know that it was a common practice. So I thought it was okay as long as I. My thoughts have definitely changed.
A version that's not just for the patient.
Have any other evidence or witnesses who wish to? present?
Can be not.
Okay. Yes. Again. Optional. Based on the movement testimony which you heard today, we investigated and needed to give at least 3 of the 4 charges in the complaint. We believe that we presented undisputed, clear, convincing evidence that she has violated the provisions of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act as alleged in her complaint. Accordingly, we ask that this panel take whatever disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Lee, it deems fit and appropriate under the circumstances.
Thank you. All I want is resolution. I will waiver restrictions that you have proposed, or you will propose. I am willing, and my employer is guaranteeing me that I will always make a place there as long as I want to be there. I do the job of staffing as best as I can, and will continue to do what I can to go forward with my life and my career.
41, section 4D, about deliberation, of that matter, by issuing an appealable order of the board. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We are now in executive session. Also, hearing panel found by clear and convincing evidence that Amanda D, license number 8730888, found guilty of all charges in the complaint based upon her own admission on the record and based upon sworn testimony and evidence. So, following discipline will be taken to, Mississippi nursing license. They will reprimand. The license will be restricted for a minimum of 20 months. $500 fine. They, to need to attend a workshop on the legal aspect of nursing. To work through ethics workshop with orders. To need to approve the board through the version course. To maintain a current active license during this time if the license is taken. She will need to attend an evaluation for people to complete and and depending on the result of the evaluation, she can follow recommendations out by the evaluator, which could also result in alteration of today's order. She can establish with the primary physician or practitioner. She ongoing reports and quarterly reports, and she will need to find sponsor. That is the decision of the hearing panel by the end of this session. We will mail to you a written detailed order in the next 5 days. And that
Alright, so at this time, we're gonna prepare to go to lunch, and then when we get done with lunch, we'll pick up, which, what time is it? 11:41, so we'll resume back in 1 hour. With that being said, nursing students and,
We are unmuted.
Back on the record, good afternoon. Today's date is Wednesday, February the fourth, 2026. The time is 1:25 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. I will call the next matter on the docket, the matter of Rebecca Gentry, license number R863936, case number 2025-0753. Application for restoration of nursing license. My name is Sarah Hartog. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, proceed to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. Now, this is a administrative proceeding and not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern proceedings in the court of law do not apply to today's hearing. However, I may use both as a guide with ruling on objections or evidence introduced, but I'm not bound by either during the submission. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record. I will have one member of the hearing panel that will serve as an alternate and will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the board hearing panel, but please identify that member.
My name is Carly Walker, and I'm the alternate.
Janelle Moody.
Sandra Falco.
Dream plan.
Dana Sistrum.
Yes, Mr. Sistrum said orientation, so he should observe these, but we will not participate in the deliberation or the discussion of the hearing. Will the attorney representing the Board of Nursing please state your name for the record?
Brandon Falcon.
Ms. the licensee, Ms. Gentry present.
Yes.
Are you represented by counsel today?
No.
So, because you're not represented, I'm gonna ask you a few extra questions to make sure you understand your rights. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you. Yes. And can you, bring your microphone a little closer? There you go. You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify at today's hearing on your behalf. You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf. Yes. You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you. Yes. You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear before the board to offer testimony or to have evidence produced on their behalf. Yes. You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license that the outcome of today's hearing could potentially result in an adverse action on your nursing license. And understanding all of this, do you still wish to proceed today? Yes. Ms. Gentry, do you have any witnesses here today that you can call on your behalf?
No.
Okay, so you'll just be testifying for yourself? Correct. Okay. And then Mr. Walker, do you have witnesses that you're calling?
I got it.
So we will have the full reporter go ahead and place Ms. Gentry under oath.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Very good. Now, do we have any preliminary matters to address, any exhibits or motions?
We do, Your Honor. The board requests to introduce evidence B1 through B9. And on behalf of Ms. Ginger, we have B1 and B2.
Okay, very good. Ms. Gentry, have you had an opportunity to review the board's exhibits B1 through B9?
Yes.
And do you have any objections to these exhibits being placed in?
No, ma'am.
So we will proceed as follows. Both parties may provide opening statements. Opening statements as well as closing statements are optional, they're not required. The opening statement should be along the lines of why you are here today and what you were asking for. Opening statements are not evidence though, so just limit your limit your opening statement to just why you're here and just a summary of what you expect to show. After your opening statements, we will hear from both parties. Because this is an application for restoration of your license, or to remove restrictions, the licensee has the burden of proof and will present, you'll present your case first. The counsel for the board may cross-examine also have questions. You will ask questions on redirect if you would like. Once the licensee concludes her case in chief, the counsel for the board may call witnesses and introduce evidence. The licensee may cross-examine any witnesses offered by counsel for the board, and the board hearing panel may also ask questions. The board attorney may then ask questions on redirect if he needs to. Once those sessions have concluded, then we will hear closing statements. Again, closing statement is optional, it's not evidence in this conflict. The board hearing panel will deliberate and render a decision. The board's determination will be announced today in the detailed written report for the 45-day from today. Do you have any questions about our procedure?
No.
Okay, so we will proceed with opening statement with Ms. Gentry. We can proceed.
I'm just here today to hopefully get my recording license. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll just give a brief history of Ms. Gentry. She's here today asking this panel to restore her license back in the based on that, she has a burden approved by this panel to grant her petition. Ms. Gentry has an extensive history with this board and substance abuse. Her issues with substance abuse began with the board in 2006, which is signed an affidavit with the recovery nurse program. In that affidavit, she admitted to being addicted to high-performing drugs. She also admitted that she obtained and administered drugs except as legally directed. That affidavit placed restrictions on her license for a period of 5 years. In May of 2009, before she completed that agreement, the 5-year agreement, she signed a relapse agreement, which she diverted opiates tested positive for the lauded. The relapse agreement extended the term an additional 3 years with the same stipulations as that original affidavit. In March of 2014, she successfully completed the terms of that affidavit. That stipulation was removed from her life. However, that was short-lived because in December of 2015, Ms. Gentry's license was revoked. And according to that order, she was observed acting abnormal at work, and she refused to submit to the eviction. Reportedly, according to that order, she immediately told her manager that she had been snorting crystal meth since April 2014 and started using Alvedus. Ms. Gentry has now not worked as a nurse in over 12 years, so in considering restoring her license, we just asked the panel to consider the following. How long it's been since she practiced nursing, circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, her compliance with all the restoration requirements, and lastly, public inspection with her petition.
Ms. Gentry, you can plug your first one.
Yes, I did, all that straight, completely guilty of, during the time that I first, signed up, 2006. I was clean for 18 months and, my husband of 13 years decided he wanted a divorce. So we divorced and I did not deal with that very well. I was in our divorce, I met someone who I thought was everything. It was a very toxic relationship. And he introduced me to other substances I had never been introduced to. I married him and unfortunately it just spiraled out of control. That's why when I was at work, I just signed him off. We just gave up on nursing. I wanted to be a nurse about 5 years old. And I just gave it up. For that meeting. Since then, I'm only 3 cents in rehab and then stay sober. Until finally in 2018, I just tried out because it helped me. I did my life. And the next thing I know, my husband's going to prison and I moved back home to Mississippi and I got involved in church. And I've been clean since May 9th of 2018 was the last time I touched meth or opiates. And I owe that all to the grace of God. I've been in therapy. I started therapy back in January of 2024 when I wanted to get my license back.
God has provided me with a good job in 2018, where I was financially able to support myself, and then when COVID hit, it turned the retail market into a free for all and got off that job. Then upon trying to find employment, gain employment where I could support myself, I realized that I really needed to get back into nursing, and it's something that I've missed and I've wanted to do. But that's when I decided to start taking the steps to get my nursing license back. I've been in therapy with Bobby Scott ever since. I was doing very well, and we decided I still was going every 3 months, but now that I've come before y'all, I'm fixing to hopefully get back into nursing. I've decided that I'll be going to see him once a month, or whatever he determines needs to be, and I'm going to see him tomorrow. He was my therapist, in 2006, so I have a long history with him. My ex-husband is now, like I said, in prison, so that relationship is over, thank God. And I'm just trying to move forward. I'm on a state years clean, and God has restored my family. I have 3 grown children, and my ex-husband, my first ex-husband, was actually going to testify today. He passed away, unfortunately. He was a nurse as well. He had his nursing license after we divorced. But my oldest daughter is a nurse. But she's 8 months pregnant with her second child, so she couldn't come today. But I have 3 grandchildren that God has just blessed me with restoring our relationships. And I lost my mother and my father 3 months apart in 2022. And by the grace of God, I was able to stay clean during the time. I've been doing the requirements. I've enrolled in the Homes Community College for the reorientation into nursing. I've completed the theory part of that course. I'm just waiting to see if I can get my nursing license reinstated to complete 100 hours of clinics. I've submitted to all the drug testing. And, I do have my calendars from I go to AA in Al-Anon because of just the toxic relationship. It was just, I feel like I had been some issues. I felt really drawn to the Al-Anon too, because both my ex-husbands were alcoholics too. But I've really found a lot of solace there in trying to stay clean and understand my 12-step program. But I got my calendars from July to January to support my meetings.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you, District Reason. Just for the record, we state your name and where you're currently living.
Yes, Rebecca Gentry, and I'm working for Guarantee Bank.
How long have you been in this?
2 years,
What do you do?
IT and health.
Can we give you don't have to give the whole background, just your educational background to the board, where you went to nursing school?
Yes, I went to the Northwest Community College of Nursing, and I went from 1999 to 2001.
And in 2001, that's the first got your license.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then, I know you're not trying to rehash, just give the board a good overview. About 5 years later, 2006, you signed, that day was a recovery nurse.
Correct.
And that's on page 2. And so can you kind of tell us when did your drug abuse first start?
It first started, I would say in 2004. I had my son in September, then I had gallbladder surgery in December, and then I had a hysterectomy in May. And just a combination of all those surgeries and the pain those things got to those pain.
The side was an opiate.
Yes.
Is that what led you to sign that affidavit?
Yes.
So then, and I think you said this one, but 2008, you converted again. Was that as a result of that?
Divorce.
So were you ever sober at any point after that, when you first signed that affidavit?
Yes, I was sober for 5 years. From the 2009, when I started from April 2014 to September. I mean, that's how quickly my addiction escalated. I was clean from 2009 to 2014. And then in April of 2014, I relapsed, due to my ex-husband, my second husband. And, by September, I had lost everything. I lost my nursing license, my kids. It just, I lost everything.
No. That was right after you, this kind of, that's how I was gonna think of it. Okay. That was right after you completed the program.
Okay.
You kind of answered all the questions I have. And you may have said this a while ago, and I thought, would you say, I think I heard you say May 9th, 2018 was the last time you actually, that your day of sobriety?
Yes.
Is that the day you feel the things?
When I did, I had smoked weed, but that's been 2.5 years ago.
Cool. So what would you say? Do you have a date of, true date of sobriety? We're not trying to,
Oh, no, I would say January 23rd of 2023.
they're going on about 3 years, well, 3 years. Okay. And that was the last time you did anything?
Correct.
So why did you quit? What happened?
Well, the main drug, the meth and stuff was, my husband got arrested in California and I had just hit my bottom and I came back home and just, May 8th is my birthday. May 8th, 2018, I was just broken and I didn't know what to do, so I just got up to God and told me. And hang out with my, when I stopped using my hard drugs. I did smoke weed when my mother and father died. Because, my mom was my person. She was my best friend. I lived with her and I'm so grateful that she got to see me in 3.5 years. But, I know I shouldn't smoke weed, but it was, to me, it was better than the other alternatives. So, it was the less of the evils. To just get some sleep, get some rest. Because it really, told me that she passed, it was very unexpected. She was very healthy, 72-year-old. And she passed away, and then that was September 30th of 2021, and then, in January 1st of 2022, my father passed away.
So I'm not trying to delay.
Yeah, you're fine.
But you have, because we've had an assessment, it looks like I'm not, maybe it's the Bible Scout.
Yes.
And it's on 152, it looks like it was done in January of 2 years.
Yes,
And in there, I believe you said that you began smoking daily in 2021 and you quit food for this.
yeah. I'm sorry, I thought it was in 2023, but it's 2024. I apologize.
And so according to this on page 153, the assessment, you said you kind of got some legal trouble. Can you tell us about that?
I had moved out to California with my, then husband, and I was pulled over in Arizona, and I had a vape pen, and it had weed in it. So I got a misdemeanor.
And is that, you don't have any outstanding fines or anything?
No,
And in looking at the substance abuse history with this assessment, it says, I think you said, and I'm not gonna go in here. I know you said that when you started to mention alcohol in high school.
yes.
Is that, do you think that was the first substance you used?
I don't know. I really have a hard time saying that. I mean, I know I could easily slip into alcohol, but I've never been one to drink alcohol. I would just drink with my friends on the weekends, or if I didn't drink, I mean, it wasn't a big, I can go to dinner and have one drink and then not drink anything else. In my history of alcohol needs that, but I choose to stay away from it just because I know that's not what Jesus was to do.
So your issue wasn't with alcohol?
No, it was opiates.
And I believe in this, you said you started with lower tab.
Yes.
And I don't want to go into your mental health issues at all, but I know you kind of, I think you've already answered this as well. you're seeing Bobby Scott, you said you're gonna see him at least once a month going forward.
Yes,
Is that something you plan to do?
yes,
You have, regardless of what happens?
regardless of what happens today,
For how long?
as long as he deems necessary. My ex-husband is due to be released from prison, and so I want to make sure that I'm able to stand and stay away from him. So I've been told Bobby that I want to continue to see him as much as he wants. To make sure that I have that, this extra cushion of accountability.
And you don't have to give some specifics on it, but where do you feel you are with your mental health?
I'm in a wonderful place. Back then, I suffered from postpartum depression with all three of my children. And, I didn't like myself. And, I had, like most drug addicts, I had daddy issues and abandonment issues. But today, I love myself and I love who Jesus has trusted me into. I give all glory to God for what he's done. And, I hate the pain that I put my family through. But if they were here today, they would tell you that seeing the other side of it, it's all been worth it. Because I wouldn't trade where I am today with my relationship with Jesus Christ for anything.
Can you tell us, what's your support system like now?
My church, even when I've become very invested in my church, I have quiet time. I have a group of ladies, that I'm in a Bible study with that are very close to me. My children, like I said, they're all three grown. One of them lives with me. They're my support system. I have an Al-Anon sponsor and an AA sponsor. I go to 3 meetings a week.
How does that compare with how your support system was previously?
I'm not gonna lie, it's not as strong as it was with my mom person, and when I lost her, it devastated me. But, I would say my daughter now is my person in the flesh, and Jesus is my person. I can't emphasize enough the difference that God has made in my life. Even when I view it as I have to go after Jesus the same way that I've been after my drugs. And even when COVID hit in our church, we supposed to shut down, they allowed 10 people to come in so that we can film for Facebook services. And I even went in because I needed to, because COVID wouldn't have kept me from getting my dose. So it couldn't keep me from Jesus. And that's just the way I look at it.
It's been at least about 12 years since you practiced nursing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I know you gave a little bit on this earlier, that you've already enrolled in second year, right?
Right.
You talked kind of about what you can do other than that.
Not to pertain to nursing, but I'll do whatever y'all require, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it to get my license back.
Do you think that's a little bit of a concern that you can spend on a lengthy period of time?
I do, but, I did do very well in the theory portion of the homeless community reorientation class, and I do still have to go 100 hours of clinicals. And I did practice for 13 years, so,
And on top of that, too,
and my daughter's a nurse, and we talk a lot about, I mean, I know that's not hands-on, but I still, like,
do you think it's a concern to this panel that given your long history of substance abuse? What assurance is getting offered that you are?
I'm continuing to do the drug screens and, I don't know how to put it into words, because there's nothing that I can say, because I not have history, but I'm just not that person anymore. I worked really hard.
Do you have, on top of that, do you have a job lined up, or is there employment lined up for nursing?
No, not particularly, but I do have some good connections. I've been talking to people about. Great job.
Would that, if we could be able to work with this budget, if restrictions are put on the license?
Yes, because I've told them that even if I do, if I am able to get it, I'll be under restriction.
And given the fact that, I'm not trying to belabor this conversation, but since you're following immediately against this, do you think you would be safe to be around?
Yes, sir, I do, because, I have no desire for it today. When my mother was sick, I was actually in charge of giving her the medicine, and I was able to give it, you know, I mean, I didn't have anybody, well, I mean, my sister was there, of course, my family was there, of course, but I had no desire for it, because I remember how awful that world is.
And I've heard this.
Do you have any redirect, and do you wanna?
I appreciate y'all hearing me, and I really, love the opportunity to practice nursing again. I know that it's a privilege, and, I just hope that I'll get that chance again, and I'll do whatever y'all want me to do. Thank you.
And then, by the board first.
Reading over the information, you currently have any contact with Grant,
I do not,
and how do you feel about it?
I will not make any contact with him. I don't know that he'll, I have his number blocked in my phone. That's all that I can do. And that's the reason why I reached out to Bobby, to increase my visits with him, because I really, I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, it was a very toxic relationship, and I don't want any part of that life anymore. I don't want any part to do with him anymore. I do feel safer that my daughter's at home with me now, and she will not allow him on her property. So, but I'm also not oblivious to the fact that is a danger for me, and so that's why I have decided to go to the city office about even more, just to keep that, and my sponsors, they both know the history, they know the situation, and I've got them both on speed dial on my phone, and they know.
Considering that, what was your surviving baby?
May 9th, 2018,
So,
well, January 23rd for everything.
let's not ask, considering that you said after 2019, which you say that you're. Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, yes, but I just, I guess to me, meth and opiates were what spiraled out of me, thought they were my downfall. So, but yes,
Who is your support system? And the line.
my children and my sponsors.
So I saw where you mentioned that you were taking the pressure, you got that report.
Yes.
From, and so you just like the month.
Correct.
Anything else that you think? Other than that?
You
Kind of reiterate again on, what Mr. Walker said, that you got two different sobriety days. One you touch like with the hard stuff, and one for the, you know, marijuana is still not thought in the medicine at all. So, you know, nursing is hard, and you're gonna have bad days. You're not people that are nice to you. Or you have patients that are just not in agreement. What is your system? You've got money, you must have used your system to cope with the bad days that you really have. You're losing your patients. And you're not very appreciative of the job that you're doing. What do you have to do to cope with?
when I have my sponsors, and I have a very strong faith today. I have a very strong relationship with Jesus Christ. And I go to him for all my needs. And all my very involved in my weekends.
I see where you got some drug testing, it looks like you've done every month, since June 24. That was voluntary.
Yes.
The only goes through November, are you still doing?
Yes, I had to do December and January's training. Oh, actually. No, that was February. Now, last Monday, I was my January's training and it was closed due to the weather. But I spoke to Rebecca and we got it excused because the testing got the fall shut down. Because of the ice and snow, I live in Herndon, Mississippi. That was for January. Back to Colin.
And are these scheduled or are they just?
They're random, they're affinity.
Just looking at your nursing history here, I see med surg, hospice. Is there a particular area of practice that you're looking to go to with the board with your
Probably, I did dialysis for the last 2 years and I really enjoyed that. And so I'm hoping to get back into that area of nursing.
Ms. Gentry, do you have any other evidence or other witnesses? Mr. Walker?
Next is one of the clarification on the money question. Yeah, the drug screen, the requirement as part of restoration.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any other evidence?
Sorry.
Okay, so the board's resting? Okay, very good. All right, so at this point, we'll do the closing statement. The other closing statement is optional, not evident, and it's not required. But Ms. Gentry, I'll let you go first.
I just want to say thank you. I hope that it's a situation that, I can't reiterate enough the difference he's made in my life and what he's done in my life.
Yeah, Sean, thank you. I'd just like to remind the panel that Ms. Gentry's here today to ask the panel to restore her license to practice nursing. She has deferred my petition to be granted. I just remind the panel of the following factors to consider and since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, the ability to practice nursing safely, the conduct to off her license, and the public safety with the license. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry, Mr. Walker, for your participation and cooperation today. So that concludes the hearing portion. In the hearing panel, I will entertain a motion to enter closed session. And, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We're now in closed session. Now I will entertain a motion to enter executive session. Pursuant to Mississippi Code NC 2125 1417 to conduct deliberations of the current matter on issuing an appealable order of control. Have a second session. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, we will now move to go to deliberate. We cannot move the decision, and we will do more detailed order. All right, we're back on the record. The hearing panel deliberated and made the determination that the license of Rebecca Gentry, license number R 863936, shall be reinstated and the respondent shall be required to obtain a restricted license after she meets certain preconditions. So you will conference with the compliance officer, you will establish your support group and home group. You will have evaluation for chemical dependency, psychiatric / psychological evaluation. There will be a $500 fine. You will need the board approved reorientation program. And then once you meet those prerequisites, then for 6 months to be restricted, you will require present and future employer notification, single state license, employer reporting, quarterly reporting, and direct supervision. There will be prohibition to certain areas of practice. You will be limited in the number of hours you can practice, certain aftercare. Of course, attend AA classes, abstain from addictive substances, drug screens, and reporting of drug screens. And information regarding drug use. You need to maintain your license, a current license for the duration of the order. And as I said before, you will have this order mailed to you within 45 days. You can meet with the compliance officer to begin the compliance. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Thank you.
That we so.
It's Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. The time is 2:38 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I will call the next matter on the docket. That is the matter of Ebony Aisha King, license number P 327-595, case number 2025-0634. And application for restoration of nursing license. My name is Sarah Hartwell. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and I will be serving as your hearing officer today. The role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. Now, this is an administrative proceeding, it's not a court of law. So the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern the proceedings in a court of law do not apply to today's hearing. However, I may use both as a guide when ruling on objections or evidence introduced. I am not bound by either during the admission proceeding. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record. We will have one member of the hearing panel that will serve as an alternate and will not participate in deliberations or decision by the board hearing panel. Please identify that member of the hearing panel that will serve as an alternate.
Jenny Clinton, I'll be your alternate.
Janelle Mundy.
I'll be the third,
And Mr. Schuster will, observe, he will not take part in the deliberation or the decision making. Okay, will the attorney representing the board of nursing please state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And Ms. King,
At King?
are you represented by counsel today?
No.
Since you're not represented by counsel, I'm going to ask you a few additional questions. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you? You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify at today's hearing on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents into evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you?
Yes.
You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear before the board or offer testimony to have evidence produced on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand, due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could potentially result in an adverse reaction on the nursing license?
Yes.
Now, understanding all these things, is it your wish to proceed with this matter without counsel or representation?
Yes.
Ms. King, do you have any witnesses here today? Will you be offering?
No.
You will be testifying. And then Mr. Walker, will you be calling the witnesses?
No.
So, Madam Court Reporter, will you please place, Ms. King under oath?
To solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters? Or questions?
Yes, we have, B1 through B14, I believe it's B right, B1.
P1?
Yes, right, that should be a paper copy.
Okay. Yes. That's what it is. Okay. Ms. King, have you had a chance to review, the exhibits B1 through B14?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have objections to, these proposed exhibits?
No.
These exhibits will be marked and entered into. And exhibit B1 will likewise. We will proceed as follows. Both parties may provide opening statements. Opening statements as well as closing statements are optional and not required. Opening statements should be along the lines of why you're here today and what you're asking for the board. Opening statements are not evidence. Then after opening statements, we will hear from both parties. Since this is a application or a petition to remove suspension, you will have, as the licensee, will have the burden of proof and will present your case first. Counsel for the board may cross-examine or question your witnesses offered by, that you offer, and the board hearing panel may also have questions. The licensee can ask questions on redirect if desired. Once the licensee concludes the case in chief, then the counsel for the board may call witnesses and introduce evidence. The licensee can then also cross-examine any witnesses offered by the board. And the board hearing panel may also ask questions. Board attorney questions on redirect if desired. Once both sides have concluded, then the closing statements may be provided. And again, the closing statement is optional, it's not evidence, and it's not required. Thereafter, the board hearing panel will deliberate and render a decision, and the determination will be announced today on the record in a written, more detailed order will be issued within 45 days from today. And if I have any questions, do you have any questions? All right, so we will do opening statements first, and you, since this is the type of hearing where you have the burden of proof, we will get into
I'm here today as, the Board of Nursing if my suspension on the LPN license would be reviewed. Initially, it was a 6-month suspension. I did test positive for alcohol. I did decide to remain with Spectrum continued drug testing, which I all passed. There was a little mix up with Spectrum, but they took me off the docket. As of today, I'm just asking that my license and be removed from under suspension has been all the necessary, the work, the credits, the doctors.
Yeah, no, thank you. King is here today asking that the suspension of her license be lifted. June 4th, 2023, she signed an ASP with this board. And on June 6th, the final order is signed, incorporating the terms together. In the ASP, you will see that she agreed to multiple violations of the practice law. These included misappropriation, due to the drug screen, taking involved in records, acting in a manner inconsistent with someone under the. You will see that the basis of these violations involve not one, not two, but three different cases, three different facilities. Occurred from May of 2021 to January of 2023. Each instance involved missing narcotics or patients not receiving a payment. In other words, you will see that she had a clear pattern of behavior. The ASP she signed required her license to be suspended for 180 days. And during that period, she was required to meet certain preconditions in order for the suspension to lift. One of the preconditions required her to submit to a psychiatric evaluation to follow all recommendations. You'll see in ASP that she was also required to drug screen for a period of time. You'll also see that by December of 2023, she already had 3 positive tests. In a matter of 6 months, she had 3 positive tests. Because of her non-compliance due to her positive tests, the license remained in suspended status. Today, she has the burden of proof why she should be allowed to obtain a nursing license despite being given a second chance already. She has the burden of proof why this panel should believe that she can comply with an order this board issued despite her non-compliance terms she agreed to. Thank you.
Well, during those 6 months, I did do all my CEU credits. I turned in all of my medications. In the beginning of that period, I was with a telehealth, mental health, drug abuse program called Bicycle Health, where I did do weekly drug screenings. Also with Spectrum, when Bicycle Health was no longer available in the state of Mississippi, I was just with Spectrum. I did fail those drug screens just with alcohol and then opioids, just an excuse. And since those times, I still see a addiction specialist, Dr. Richard Nance, which I do monthly drug screens, and this is on my own board. I'm keeping up with my CEU credits. I'm attending a Bible class that is the NA sort of meeting that I do once a week at my church. So I've taken the necessary steps to receive my license back. And I just hope that through all, y'all can see that I'm trying to put my best foot forward, and I have. And the mistakes made were horrible, and I take total responsibility of those things that I did. To me, that was my rock bottom, and I'm glad that it happened that way. Because now I'm in a position to where I do know, and so I want to make a promise on myself, my family, been there, sponsors, the doctors, and overall myself, that this is something that is going to be a lifelong journey that I have to work at, but it's possible. And I've taken strides to make that happen, and I'll continue to do so. Thank you.
I did have some questions. Thank you. Debbie, thank you for coming. Do you have, can you state your educational background where you attended nursing school?
I attended at NCC and graduated October 2012 in Reading.
Graduated, you were first, and you were licensed in 2012 too, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2023, your license was suspended.
Yes, sir.
Where are you working now?
I'm currently unemployed.
How long have you been unemployed?
May of 2025, I was at a bakery for a year, a little under a year, and then before that, I worked at Xfinity for a year.
So I think I heard you say it, and I'm not trying to put words in mouth, but you don't disagree, you signed that agreement, it's on page 12,
Yes, sir.
and you agreed that all that stuff was true, that's correct?
It is. I did explain to Rebecca that I did take cold medicine, but at the end of the day, it was still alcohol. So I do agree with what's said there.
I'm talking about on your final quarter, your original final, your ASP. That's the order that was incorporating your ASP.
Yes,
But you had 3 different cases, there were several charges, and you agreed to all of those things.
yes,
So were you diverting narcotics from facilities?
yes.
Can you tell us when that started?
I would say from 2023, I hurt my foot and was prescribed narcotics through a doctor, and my habit started then.
Your habit started in 2023.
I'm sorry, 2022.
Because your first case was in May of 2021.
Okay, 21. Well, I might have been prescribed the medication in 2020, I can't remember the exact years. I know it was a year before my first, injury.
And this ASD kit was suspended for 180 days, correct?
Yes,
And you were required to drug screen, stated that.
yes,
Um, You look at page, I think it's 53 that I have here. Yeah, page 53. This has your, your drug screen results. Did you see those there?
yes,
And would you agree with me that there are 3, total of 3 that were positive, is that right?
the second one was, it says positive for my prescription. 12/30/23.
On page 53, I see one that states 12/13/2023. You see that?
Yes, sir.
It says the PET that was positive. And then under that, you see the one that says November 25th, 2023. Right up under that page.
Oh, okay, I see, yes, sir.
Yeah, and it's also positive for the slide. It will be off.
Okay, yes, sir.
And then you have one more September 2023, it's also the same.
Yes,
That was 3 positives within about 6 months, based on what we have here on page 52.
yes,
And so, based on what you agreed to, that was in fact a violation.
it was.
Next thing we'll get is on page 30. So this is a legal letter from you, correct?
Yes,
And in that letter, you asked if you could have an extension because you were required to pay a fine and you knew you said nothing.
yes, sir.
And on page 31, that you were granted that also correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was for $500 fine, they gave you an additional 45. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, can you do that?
Yes, sir.
So this, you've had 3 positive and you got an extension.
Yes,
So, where I'm going with this, Mr. Would you agree that, I mean, it's fair to say, you signed it, do you think this was a fair ASP?
yes, sir.
Then would you agree that based on that, this gave you a second chance to maintain, keep your license? That's fair to say.
Yes,
And on top of that, that was after you've had several instances of mixing narcotics, which you said were
yes,
all right, so next one, go to on page 47 for that. And I don't believe this is, yes, this is, it's definitely. The day of November 27th. You see that?
Page 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And I don't want to go into a lot of detail.
Thank you.
But he says at the bottom. On that page, that you're taking spots on since April of 2020, is that correct?
Yes, that's when I started, bicycle help.
So what, is that because, are you saying, I think you said this earlier, that what started your issues was foot surgery?
Yes,
And so then that led into you getting on the spot.
yes.
Are you still taking that?
Ms. Watson?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Who, has there been any, discussion of getting off that or hijacking it now?
Yes, I have already tapered down from it. There is a doctor note that I have been here from the prescriber. And I also do drug testing with that prescriber monthly as well, and have to do meetings to be in accordance with him.
And on the next page, this talks about, suspicious substance abuse history.
Yes.
Okay, so this was done in November of 2023. And it says on this that your last cannabis use at the time was 4 years ago. That would have been around 11 months. Is that correct? We see it's, on page 48, it says it has substance abuse history. Middle page.
Yes,
You see the second sentence talks about cannabis use approximately 4 years ago. So if this was done in 2023, that was done about 2019.
okay,
See that?
yeah, I do,
Okay.
It may have been, you know, an instance that I was talking to him about, I never had a longevity of use of cannabis. But I do see where it's about 4 years ago, that was in around 2019.
So the reason I'm asking is because in your ASP, I think one of the instances, you stated the reason you refused the drug screen was because you were positive.
Yes, and that was around the same time.
Yeah, so that's in 2021, so that would have been 2 years later. So is it 2019 or is it 2021?
The last time I used cannabis was 2019. I started using, opioids in 2020.
So I guess, and that's what my question, I was saying. So in the ASP, one of the issues was that in 2021, you refused that drug screening in its hilltop manner and stated that you thought you'd be positive.
I did, yes.
So is that because you were still using it?
I would say I probably did use it. I can't specifically remember. I was never just an advocate user. Really can't recall on the year.
So do you have a data sobriety?
My data sobriety would have been when I started the program after I just for the alcohol. I stopped everything except my prescribed medication.
So what date would that be?
It would have been, I know it was in November because I had to do my testing, sent to, November or December, I would say, of 24. Or I don't know if they want me to put the dates. Okay, so yeah, it would have been around, the end of, December of 23, then Friday of just prescription medicine. No alcohol.
But you don't have a specific date that you can have out of your base, right?
I know it was around Christmas, I would say Christmas, because I didn't do it for Christmas, I just stayed in it. It was around that time, I would say Christmas.
See, most people that come in here that, had some type of substance issue, they can give an exact date. So you don't have.
I know it was around Christmas.
When was the last time you had anything other than a prescription, including alcohol?
It would have been that time.
You don't know that.
I don't know the exact date. No.
And I think you've already said this, and it's also in the success, that you don't deny at all that you've had a substance abuse problem, specifically with.
Yes, sir.
And in this, I'm not gonna go into detail, but I know in this it says that there are some, simply states that some therapy sessions are needed. Is that all, you also agree with that?
Yes, sir. What I continue to do. I think I'm still currently in
How often do you go see?
once a month.
Who is,
Dr. Richard Meridian.
I'm not bothered.
And I said that he has a letter. I did my P.
I did see that. And also in here, I noticed it said that it was recommended a 12-step program. It's done in AA.
I have, yes, sir. It's the same possible, I can pronounce it, Church of Meridian for NA meetings.
How often do you go to that?
I try to make at least 2 a week. I know my AP, they, was recommended, it wasn't, required, but for my doctor that I'm seeing now, it is a requirement.
And also part of this says that, says that you've implemented a personal plan. I think it's important. It says you implemented a personal plan. It's gonna help with mental health issues.
Yeah.
Can you kind of tell us about that plan?
Continue to my therapy in my NA meetings, very actively in my church groups. I've gotten a lot closer to family and being absolutely honest with them about when I do struggle or have issues. And, you know, being able to be open with, you know, my coworkers and my friends and family that this is an issue that's going to be a lifelong issue for me. But I put forth effort to overcome it, and I plan to keep it that way.
This order, or this ASP you signed, okay. Those are terms you agreed to, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then the board issued an order which incorporated those terms. And you've already stated you didn't comply with those, I don't think you got that. So my question is, today, you'll get an order that you don't get an option to.
Yes.
So why should the panel think that you agree with those terms and comply with those? If you didn't comply with terms that you agree.
I can see why that would be a question. But as of today, be 36 and son is senior this year. Not only do I want to make my children proud, and let them know you'll mess up in life, which I have, made terrible mistakes that came to that. Now, nursing is how I identify myself, and not being able to nurse since all this has happened, I've really lost my identity for me. So it's different. I don't want to put myself in a place where off the back where I will be working around narcotics. You know, if it's a clinic work or trying to do something, that doesn't have to be medication packs. So that's how I want to keep myself safe. You know, until years come down the line after my order is complete to where I'm able to be trusted in the community without any restrictions.
So you just said trustworthy. Do you think that, because you're the person, do you think that you provided enough that you've met that burden before you trust?
Today, yes.
Because, you can explain that, why do you think that you met?
Know that looking at the drug screens and anyone who's it was 6 months is a piece of cake. My mental issue during those 6 months was probably the worst it's ever been in my life, which is absolutely no excuse. I didn't commit then. I can't tell you why, other than just mentally, I just didn't. Today, through these years since it started, it's almost 3 years. I have different coping mechanisms. I have different avenues of, calling someone that I can trust and I know that's gonna help me through if I get into a situation that I shouldn't be in. Not who I was back in 2003 when those mistakes were made. I've grown, I've learned to accept my mistakes, and that's where I stand today.
Can you tell us a little about your support system?
My support system, yes, of course, I have my doctors, my therapists. I also have a very close-knit church family, which I go to group with them. I have my NA meetings that I go and socialize. I don't live in a huge town, but I have people who I've shared my issues with and who I connect with, even other nurses who have been through similar things. And to let me know, you keep pushing, you're not gonna be perfect, you're not having it, but to strive to get there to where I can go to work and do what I love to do without the board being suspicious. I think I've done my extra CEU credits, just to try to stay up on nursing because it has been 3 years.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess my next question, it has been 3 years, and while it's not 12 years, would you agree it's fair to say that obviously probably our healthcare itself has changed in 3 years?
Yes, it changes quite right.
So you think that you would be safe to practice, even given that time frame?
Yes, I've taken, of course, like I said, extra CEU credits on my own report. I wouldn't be opposed to taking a refresher class or something online. I think I would be concerned. No, ma'am.
You just made a statement to us that, you don't want the board to be suspicious, right?
Well, not, I guess I should say suspicious, to be worried. I know that that's the board's job. I want y'all to feel confident to know that, this time is not gonna be the same, I did effort, I want to be able to be trusted.
Different. So, with that being said, we did give you the opportunity to do that. What will make this be different from the initial previous study?
Because I know I don't have any more chance. I shouldn't have fought for my last chance, and that was probably the stupidest thing I've ever done for my life. I know at this point, I don't stand any more chances.
Area of nursing, do you see yourself working?
Most likely clinical and maybe pediatrician.
About your support system, your church, your community, do you have any family or?
I do, my mother, she's former military, she lives in Meridian, brother in the Air Force. They help me to bring my regards, so it's been really disappointing to actions that I'm doing. So they hold me to a very high standard. Also, being accountable for myself. For this.
And that is sponsored,
And it is.
No, you're not.
Closing argument, again, the closing argument is optional, it's not evident, and it's not required.
Just thank you all for giving this opportunity to speak before you all. This is something that I don't take lightly at all. This is in my mind every day. And, I'm holding myself accountable. I know that chances like this don't come easy. So just thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. King has the burden of proof that the suspension on her license is lifted. The final board approved that she had rehabilitated herself. We would just really ask you to consider all the factors and circumstances in her case and involved in her case. She has had and admitted to 3 instances that involve missing her word. She's had a little problem that she's discussed today. She had a chance to make it already with the board in a matter of 6 months. In those 6 months, as I mentioned, she had a drug screen. And it really is 3 months to look at when she began drug testing. She tested positive rather quickly, 3 times in a short period of time. This is something that took place all in the last 5 years. So it's something that took place several years ago. So we would just ask the board to, decision, please consider that, making a decision. Granting the petition.
Ms. King and Mr. Walker for your participation operation today. We have to do the hearing. I will go ahead and claim the session from the panel to go into the closed session. All in favor, say aye. Now, I'll entertain a motion to go into the executive session for code indicated 2541-7-4D to conduct deliberation in the current matter on issuing an appealable order to the board.
Motion to go into closed session.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? We are in the executive session and now Ms. King will leave the room for a break and then we have an opportunity to decision. clear back on the record. My apologies for that. We had to clarify something in the order since it goes out each step. So, Ms. King, the board has deliberated and they have voted to grant your request to end the suspension. And your license for 10 months will be subject to certain restrictions. And so I will read most some of these, but I will get a more detailed order in the mail in 45 days, but I'll just give you a brief overview. So, you will have to conference with the compliance officer. You will need to provide releases for your primary physician and nurse practitioner. You will need your single state license. You will need to notify your present future employer. You will need quarterly reports and employer reports. You will have indirect supervision. You will have certain prohibited areas of practice. You will need counselor and treatment management team reports, notice of failure to attend required meetings, ongoing AA and D attendance meetings, and sustain when you make the substances, ongoing drug screens by a board-approved provider, and on-demand drug screens, provide copies of the prescription, maintain current active license, and non-compliant, which subject to the online suspension of recognition. And so this will go for 2020. And as I said, that is just a brief overview, and you will get the detail for email and
I think they would give with Brandon. One of them. She would want to know about me. There you go. You're welcome. You know, that's.
We're unmuted.
good afternoon. Today's date is Wednesday, February 2026, and the time is 4:16 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Court Nursing, located at 713 South Orchard Road, the Richmond, Mississippi. So call the next matter, the final matter on the docket, Eureka Shaquila Taylor, license P 327-297, case number 2023-0394. My name is Sarah Hartzog, Special Assistant Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. During the course of this proceeding, we'll be doing an objection to questions or evidence raised by the parties, legal the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the rules. This is an administrative proceeding and not a law, so the following rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern proceedings in a court of law do not apply to today's hearing. However, I may use both as a guide when ruling on objections or evidence introduced, but I'm not gonna make it. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for the state to introduce themselves and then also identify the alternate that will not participate in the deliberation or the decision of the board.
Harley Walker,
Janelle Moody.
Sandra Colton.
Jenny Clinton, I'll be the alternate.
This is from new to the board and we will be observing. We will also not take part in any deliberations or decision making. Will the attorney representing the board of nursing, please get the name for the record?
Alexis Lawrence.
Okay, is the licensee present?
No, she's not.
Okay. Will you please provide information regarding the notice of hearing, that was provided to the licensee and whether or not the licensee has provided with the reason for the failure to appear today?
Yes, we plan to meet as an exhibit B5, which is a copy of the notice of hearing that was sent to Ms. Eureka Taylor. That letter is dated December 12, 2025. And notice for Wednesday, February 4th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. We also plan to enter into the record the green card acknowledgement receipts of that notice of hearing complaint signed by Eureka Taylor to the date of December 17th, 2025. That was mailed to the address that we have on file for Ms. Taylor. So we believe that we met the statutory requirements for notice in this matter via certified mail.
Very good. It appears the licensee was provided statutory notice of today's hearing and has not provided the board with any reason for her absence or requested continuance. So we will proceed with the hearing in the respondent's absence. Do you have any witnesses here today?
Yes, I'd like to call Director Dwayne Cates.
Let's get this sworn in, Madam Court Reporter.
I solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted on behalf of the board.
B1 and B8 will be marked and to the record as introduced. Go ahead and dispense if you need to explain the process since we know it very well. And I will go ahead and let you give your opening statement.
At this time, I anticipate by way an open session and proceed with my presentation.
Absolutely.
Please state your name and current place of employment for record.
Mary Jameson, City Limits,
And how long have you worked for the group? And in what capacity do you serve?
probably the director from the background check.
So you're familiar with the investigative processes of this board?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with cause number 2023-0394?
All right.
If you would please turn with me now to page 2 and identify this document.
Page 2 is life insurance information for the Blue Cross Blue Cross system.
And when was Ms. Taylor first licensed with us?
August 14, 2012,
Like, and in what capacity?
as a licensed practitioner.
Now, please turn with me to NSBN 6, which is marked as B5, and identify this document.
This is a notice of hearing, dated December 12, 2025.
And what is the username is listed on this notice?
Eureka Shakila Taylor.
And what is the date and time notice for this here?
Wednesday, February 4, 2026 at 8:30 a.m.
Please turn with me now to page 7 and identify the document.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint, listing Eureka Shakila Taylor.
And what are the charges?
The charges, there are 2 charges, and both involve disciplinary action by the public.
And are there any facts to substantiate these charges?
Yes,
will you please read those facts? over me?
On or about July 2023, respondent signed a consent order with the Alabama Board of Nursing, revoking her license as an LPN. On or about January 7th, 2022, respondent submitted to a pre-employment urinary drug screen for a DCH where a respondent was seeking to work using her privilege to practice in Alabama through her Mississippi multi-state license. The respondent sample tested at 117 degrees above the acceptable range being between 90 and 100 degrees. Respondent was instructed to return to the waiting area and provide a second sample, in which she did not provide another sample and ultimately left the facility. About 5 minutes after the initial sample, respondent was asked to provide another sample under direct observation, which she declined, stating she did not feel comfortable with being witnessed. In response to the complaint, the respondent initially explained that she stayed in the office drinking water for 30 to 45 minutes after the first sample, but could not provide another sample and eventually left due to receiving a phone call informing her of an illness in her family.
Read to page 9 and identify this document.
Page 9 is the green card addressed to Eureka Shapiro Taylor.
And if this card signed,
It is.
and he went out the signature was listed on this card.
Yes, the signature is that of Eureka Taylor.
And what is the date of signature?
December 17th, 2025.
Now, please turn with me on to page 10 and identify the document.
Page 10 is the front of that green card showing received back in the board office December 18th, 2025.
Please turn with me to page 15. Been marked previously as B8. Should I identify this document for the record?
And B8 is a cover letter from the Alabama Board of Nursing addressing certified copies of documents from that.
I'm sure please read the paragraph, after you the way.
Please find attached certified copies of documents that are considered public record regarding the following emergency. Eureka Shapiro Taylor, license number, Alabama MSL PPP, based on Mississippi MSL licensing for PN 327-297.
Will please turn to page 17. And what is this document?
This document is a copy of the order from the Alabama Board of Nursing.
And whose name is listed on this order?
Eureka Shapiro Taylor.
And are there any findings of facts, within this order?
Yes.
Could you please read or, paraphrase these facts starting on MSBN 18 and paragraph 2?
Okay, paragraph 2, reference that the respondent was licensed by the board and the LPN, and then converted to a multi-state LPN license in 2012. And then number 3 states that,
Just for clarification, you say by the board, the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
yes.
Okay, continue.
Number 3 states that on or about January 7th, 2022, the respondent submitted to a pre-employment urinary drug screen. The sample was at 117 degrees, whereas the normal range would have been between 90 and 100.
Again, in paragraph 4, so you please read this sentence that starts with on.
On cross-examination, she acknowledged she adulterated her sample with hot water due to her use of a vitamin additive, stating, and at the time, I didn't have my prescription from the doctor. No prescription for this medication was subsequently provided to the board for DOC.
Therefore, just for clarification, she went for a urinary drug screen, a pre-employment drug screen. The initial sample was above the range, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she never submitted an additional, right?
That is correct.
And the response given, provided, at a hearing was that she in fact had adulterated that sample, due to, I guess, maybe, medication that she didn't have.
That is correct.
And what was the disciplinary action imposed pursuant to this order? This can be found in the PN 20 program.
The license, the multi-state license, which was supposed to have Alabama. Let me just clarify that, how she's licensed in Mississippi, living in privilege to practice.
So what is the date of this order?
July 20th, 2022.
So this final order, in fact, was a form of discipline imposed on Ms. Taylor to privilege to practice in Alabama, because of her Mississippi multi-state license.
That is correct.
So does this record adequately substantiate the two charges against Ms. Taylor for disciplinary action imposed on her life?
Yes, it does.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board members? Other witnesses?
No, the board records.
Do you wish to give the argument?
Yes, it's briefly. It has been established that Ms. Taylor is guilty of the two charges as outlined in the complaint. The state has presented unrefuted, clear and convincing evidence that her privilege to practice in Alabama was revoked. Accordingly, we ask Ms. Campbell to take whatever disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Taylor is deemed fit and appropriate under the circumstances. And also according to the statute, a certified copy of the order of suspension, revocation, or probation shall be my prima facie case and evidence of such action. So we believe that we read that right today.
Thank you. I'll let you give a motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Discussion, and we now entertain a motion to go into the executive session. Pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 25-7 to conduct deliberations in the front matter on issuing the approval of the board.
Motion to go into executive session.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Unmuted?
Back on the record.
We're still on.
Okay. The board has deliberated. And has found that Eureka Taylor is guilty of all charges in the complaint based upon the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. Her license will be suspended and the suspension will be stayed with the following stipulation. Her license will be restricted for a minimum of 12 months. She will receive a reprimand, $500 fine, single state license. She will need to complete chemical dependency evaluation. And if it's found to be chemically, or actually if she is found to be chemically dependent, then she will actually strike that. She will follow the recommendations of the board approved assessor. If the assessment says that it will take longer than 12 months, then she will abide by the assessment. She will submit to the Board of Mercy Compliance Division. She will execute necessary releases, notify of any lack of compliance, and other additional provisions set forth in the written order, which will be sent to her by mail within 40 days. And that concludes the matter of Eureka Taylor on the license number 327. Now, reading the record, the ASP that we have addressed today in the ASP docket. We'll do this by license number 904647 in P. Accepted. We'll jump down to R603538 in P. Accepted. And that's all for today.
We go out. Can we adjourn?
Oh.
We didn't have a motion.
Thank you.